Joined here, and welcome to another episode of City Building Saturdays. We are here on episode number 317 of the series. Do appreciate everybody who has come out. I hope that your guys' time zone, whatever your guys' time zone is most wunderbar. Sorry for waking up late, but Tree Dad offered me the... Tree Dad and I planned, I should say, not he didn't offer, on going out this morning after I got off work and went to the gym and grocery store and all that. I offered to go to some of the local shops, getting some stuff ready for some upcoming family time and all that. And I could not resist that opportunity because some of the stores, local stores, hadn't been to in a while, and ones that I'd like going to, so I went ahead and took the opportunity to go with him because, like I said, hadn't been to these places in a while, and I thought, let's go. So that kind of threw sleep off a little bit, but, sometimes, it's the other stuff you do to help make that sort of stuff go well. So anyway, on the agenda for today, we of course have got the fun times of going and building the pyramid complex at Rostra, or as we know it today, Giza. And so anyway, that is going to be our plan. So let me go ahead and get the game going here. There we go. Oh, yeah. Alright, so last episode we were got started here in Giza. Got going here with all the stuff here. Got started at least. Let's go ahead here. Despite excuse me, despite their conditions. So now that we got this all on, let's go ahead here.
I am satisfied with this city.
Let's go ahead. Go ahead here. Normally I know I put in my industry stuff right in here. silly immigrant. Definitely need to rev up the military stuff then. Let's see here. Put our academy right there. Recruiter right here. Make sure that military is utmost priority. A little bit of a counter to the detrimental nature of it. We'll put up a temperature right there. Excuse me. Bazaar. And put up another granite right here. We're not ready for Victor yet. We need Charlie. Desirability here, so let's go ahead and plump down some statues. Good, we have some unemployment. That's good. Wunderbar. There's somewhere over here because this is, of course, one of the attack points, but it's to be dealt with in due time. know that at some point we'll be getting a request from Dashur to do stuff for them. Potter back here. And Pyro Sniper, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
Life isn't too bad. I've heard that invasion is imminent, given our standing in Egypt.
Idiot infrastructure. Don't know why the raw temple there isn't doing what it's supposed to be. But, you know, never can tell at times why the game's program makes folks go duh. Duh. Go ahead and set up here storage yard for our pottery. People, hooray!
My supplies so...
There are so many places in poor condition, I can barely keep up.
Alright, so... knowing that we're about to have knowing that we do need to get this project underway finally at some point. Limestone. 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 Will do. Works a little bit smarter, not harder. Harder. Smarter, not harder. Put up here toward this road right here that leads to the actual monuments. Put in some infrastructure and housing. Firehouse. Market post. Police station. Another way, Hunter. Thank you. There's some space here. I'll probably put in like might put in a statue right there. Safety right there with the roadblocks. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that we got the max we can for our income. That's of course, tax. As you can see, taxes help literally. Last year, look at that. It's what literally look like 1-for-1 demon. Taxes in 2041. Net in 2041. Literally saved our butts. Yeah, I know that, in some ways, it's not really worth it, but, if given the option of between having, no income and, having net income and not, I would take the, income overall.
I'd rather live here than anywhere else.
Okay, so, let's see here. We need to further start increasing our population. Let's go ahead here. What are you guys doing out over here? Wandering over there. Alright, to recompute the guys. Let's go ahead here. We'll plump down a few pavilions. Smash that. We'll have to unfortunately go deeper into debt. Yet. Excuse me. Good reason. Copper, can't I? Yes. I couldn't remember if I was in that stage of the game scenario yet. It was like, can I import copper yet? I couldn't remember. People we had capacity for still. happens when you help your citizens out. Bring over some pottery so that these guys can help make sure that these guys can evolve. Make sure that these guys have access, because of course the bazaars at this range do not have access to this particular storage yard right here, whereas these guys that are nearer do. And by and by putting them here putting a closer one, not only will that of course free the ability for folks to do what they need to do, the bazaars right here, to get these guys built up. It'll also make sure that these bazaars right here will have a closer supply than having to worry about going all the way over here. So this year I got a deficit. You know what? This is where we can use our... Oh my god! Look at that! We landed right at 0! Look at that! See, taxes are a good thing.
Now those are some big drumsticks.
Everybody's friendly here. No one is reporting any crimes.
So interesting to see that, my net in out is matching. It's very, very rare in this game, or in any other of the city building games, to have, at least to the ones produced by Sierra and Impressions, to literally have sufficient in-out flows to where your in-out reflects your actual treasury balance. I don't think I could have even done this if I'd even tried. So they sell the beer, and so we can now finally be able to make some money that way. Oh, excuse me, put up a position. Station. Put up a pocket carry. Tax boy. Small population center right there. Start to import beer and barley. Let's set up a storage yard right here. Made it to profit. Of course, the higher tax rates from higher level housing are, of course, always a benefit. Idiot infrastructure. Okay. Go ahead here. Finally, we can get started on working on the little dealio of the pyramids. Make sure before I start importing more copper to have a sufficient financial reserve. We don't produce enough food. I call Donkey Duck. Our own economic incentives here, folks. Put up a couple courthouses where our guys here can evolve further and provide a larger tax revenue. Here, and we'll have our 2 head storage yards. Get max. Hold a large festival to Ra so that he I forget, are we trading with him? So I told you to not accept anything save the pirates. So this is why we have. It's one of those things that, as I realized early on, is that, gee, you know, it's a good thing to make sure that you have. It's one of those tricks. You know, I even, you know, a much younger tree was sufficient to say smart enough to realize, hey, if you keep the what I need. Okay. For the moment, what I'm going to decommission these guys. I'm going to actually turn the pyramid speed up off, so as that we can start getting that his benefits toward our trade routes and favor rating. Let's raw. I just don't have to. Yep. I'm gonna take a risk here, guys. Sometimes you gotta do great things. In order to achieve great things, you have to take great risks. Basically, I'm going to be shunting guys along here to be able to make them all one thing. Because, you know, of course, it's easier for someone like me to maintain. Jeez. Let's stop importing limestone. That's an expense I know I can cut. Beer for the moment. Can I export? Please tell me I can export papyrus. Rats. I couldn't remember if I could or not. That. We have to seriously back up here, guys. This is why I love the scenarios here. All of a sudden you start Cleopatra's capital, where you can just have your cake and eat it too.
This city is good enough, I guess.
Just doing that, a little bit on unemployment. Why, hello there, white kids.
I'm new here. I wonder what the city will offer to a person like me.
This city is just about as good as any other. This city's reputation is worse than a juggler's. I hope we aren't attacked.
Ah, reputation. Our scandalous reputation invites attack.
Oh. That was a boo-boo on my part. Not necessarily a smart move, but I would rather have that. Why? Because it brings in more people, which provides tax revenue, which can help offset that stuff.
This city is thoroughly, reputation. Our scandalous reputation invites attack.
Like I said, having the 2x2 housing always helps maintain better overall economic ability, because instead of having, 4 houses each taking 8 pottery, you only have a total of 32. You of course have only the one taking 8 total, or whatever it is. person. There you are. I'm gonna see, see 8 there. Well, 2 there. Point being, it's more economically advantageous. Okay, let's go see here. I want these 2 bazaars here. Except to hold these guys to not buy game meat. I mean meat. Blah, blah, blah. What the... Beer. Empty. Drawn to us because it got itself cornered just fast enough to where I was like I could not order up this thing. Okay, we can finally get ourselves to the point. I'm starting to finally worry about this little project, the getting the pine stone. So, go ahead here and link this area up, but I'm not going to have it be officially interacted with by most wandering walkers. Thank you, Raw. That is what I need. Or part of what I need. Oh, for whatever reason, I thought they needed a total of 8. I guess it's only 2 to fit out however much stuff is needed. Slow the game. As usual, straighter roads are more productive than curvy roads. Put the roadblock there, so that. tax revenue coming in. I'll wait another month before we open another festival. Be easier to put replacement jewelers right there. And I'm trying to get as many people as possible into a higher standard of housing. Let's say that we can't feed our people. We have more than enough capability of feeding our people. Let's go ahead and order up the next festival here, folks. Okay. Let's go ahead here. Knowing that we are going to need more people, we're gonna do it. Go. Kingdom rating to climb. Of course, trying to persuade Ra to, of course, help with that. Never an easy task. Okay. The things we're gonna do. This is, of course, gonna help with our tax base. Sorry, Biblos. Wish you didn't do that, but of course it's pre-programmed into the thing. 2 tax boy. Position. Firehouse. Firehouse. Archipost. Police station. Buck carry. Water. The way, boys. Water. Put up another tax collector there. Temples to Ra. Put up Bazaar. So we're trying. Not only does this help us increase our overall tax base, but provide us the people, but also provide us a larger overall tax base. Take that. Okay. Let us resume our imports of limestone. We also need to set up a guy here for wood. Anti-dum-dum maneuver, and also make sure to set up an archy post. And then we'll set up one carpenter's guild right here. Set up a work camp right here. And here. These guys need some desirability. How we're doing on employment. We're still holding up good. Set up a pavilion right here. Statues often will pay for themselves, so. Let's go ahead and do another. Oh, I just had one, so. Not gonna worry about that. Go. Thank you, Ra. Hey, I took the. Don't forget, game. I take the long-term stratagem. For me, it doesn't matter how quickly I meet expectations, so long as I meet them. Another couple of stonemasons here. Let's go ahead and import some timber, some wood. Hello there, wetlands. Me. Hi. How are you? Feel his whiskers brushing up against my boots, so. Or at least I hope he will. so I can hear what Kent wants out. Let him in. Out. There we go. There we go. He de-glitched out. Order up another festival. Help keep my people. A, to help keep my people happy, and B, of course, to help keep the stuff flowing. Raw. Is not necessarily a good thing for own because, of course, of the nature of our big construction project. Now we can finally get another stone made. Oh, there we go. Finally got another stonemason up and running. Go ahead and cut that out so that our guys can more easily transit across the field here. Excuse me. High unemployment for reasons. Let's go ahead here. Since we have aforementioned high unemployment, we're going to finally get to import some copper. guys. This is why I love doing high profitability. High profit housing. There we go. Projects. Let's go ahead and deploy a storage yard that will get 1/4 of the yard worth of pottery. Evolving to make for better housing, more people, more tax revenue. Having we're going to get a little bit of slightly political here, but more of a fictional situation. In David Weber's Honor Harrington series, the Republic of Haiti is established just several hundred light years past the Manticore system in 1309 post-diaspora, which would equate to what we think of as 2102 CE. And the Manticore system was founded in let me see. I'm trying to remember. It's like 14, 14 something PD. Wiki. Let's see. Star Nation. Republic of Haven. The Star Kingdom. Yeah, 1416 PD. The Republic of Haven was established, and like I said, I think it was 1309. That's what I recall. It's like 1309. Let's see. Here is the Republic. And Star Kingdom. So anyway, Haven, developed into, as David would call it, an interstellar Athens, where people can come do business and all this fun sort of stuff, all this fun economic business. Unfortunately, there came this desire to sort of help those less fortunate, and it became an unfortunate disaster with the Republic transforming into the People's Republic of Haven and becoming a more or less far left state, politically, ideologically, and people were. There was a huge pre-PRH. There was a huge middle class, and or at least a fairly decent-sized middle class. And, the desire to make sure that, not those less fortunate were able to afford what they needed. They were given some degree of help, financial help. Unfortunately, this had the effect of a number of people thinking, well, if there are people who are getting free money and don't have to work, why should I have to work? And so, let's see here. Where is this from? Map. Oh, there they are. Yeah, don't go away. That's what I thought. So, this had an unfortunate knock-on effect of, people thinking, why should I have to work if other people are getting money for free, sort of deal. So that's essentially what began to happen is people stopped working. More and more people stopped working as economic conditions worsened. There became far less incentive for people to work, and as they called it, it became going on the dole. And so, just a second. that. White cat wanted in. So anyway, yeah, just basically things, you know, the economic situation, as, you know, the government tried to, you know, make sure that people got help financially, just caused this, it ultimately caused this huge frickin' tailspin, and things just went to heck. And so, what happened is that to support the economy, the Republic turned conquistador, started conquering its neighbors to help support them. Unfortunately, again, things did not pan out economically. And it eventually brought the Republic into conflict with the Star Kingdom of Manticore. And of course, Star Kingdom, very prosperous, very wealthy because of the Manticore wormhole junction. Now, in 1900 PD, what we would call about 4000 CE, or approximately 4000 CE, the Havenite government was already in possession of the San Martin terminus of the Manticore wormhole. At the time, there were 6, from the central wormhole in the Manticore system, there were 6 known termini. And the next nearest, after the San Martin terminus, that was within fairly easy reach for the Republic, was the Basilisk terminus. Basically, that could be, you know, the Havenite government saw that as, you know, a moneymaker, because, you know, the way Manticore made a significant portion of the way Manticore made its blade, its money, was through the transit fees. And of course, with the 6 and later 7 termini, that could allow, instead of a ship going from the heart of the Solarian League, say, to the Basilisk system to go trading out essentially in the wild blue yonder, or in this case, the wild black yonder, or one of the other termini, they could literally shave months off of the transit, because you could literally start, say, from the Sigma Draconis system in the Republic of Beowulf. Go from Beowulf to Manticore, and if, say, you were going to go to the Andromeda Empire, because that was another of Manticore's trading partners, you could go from Beowulf to Manticore, then Manticore to Gregor, you know, and literally be, you know, in the course of half a day, be able to let's go ahead here and let's save again. Let's make sure to re-enable speed up. You can literally, in the course of one 12-hour period, span hundreds of light years. And parts, and, you know, that was, of course, you know, if you're, depending on, you know, if you're like a carrier, you know, like a bulk carrier, you know, for foodstuffs, raw materials, half-processed goods, processed goods, you know, whatever your cargo is, or even just people. You know, the Manticore had a fee system. You know, I'm certain, you know, for those of you who have used some sort of toll road, you're undoubtedly familiar with how whatever toll system you have used or have used. Let's stuff in commerce, so you can save money. There's, depending on the authority and all that system, there is a fee rate. And so, for example, for Manticore, there was, certain fees for passenger liners, for commodities, for personal boats and all. And even if you took, say, a fraction of 1%, for example, if you have a lot of money, if you have a lot of traffic coming through, that can add up, and that is a significant reason why Manticore became so wealthy. And even though those fees were overall very low, I don't remember if Weber ever mentioned, as ever mentioned in the. We'll see if he has. Or if he at least I think he references it. It doesn't say here on the Wikipedia, on the wiki article. He might mention specific. I know that, and don't think he has ever mentioned any specific fees. And one of the things that I know he does mention is that as the first Manticore Havenite War is going on, is that fees do increase because of the war effort. In spite of the war, traffic is still going up. And so that is part of, in the years leading up to and during the first Manticorean Havenite War, is that it's because of all those fees and the associated economic ability of that. There's near the central node, there's, described as, warehouses, quick repair stations. If something was really needed, you'd go to, Manticore itself, to Hephaestus, the primary station in Manticorean orbit, for big repairs and stuff like that. But, there were, at the junction node, there were, spatial warehouses, transit stations, say if there was a regular boat going from, say, Manticore to, Beowulf, through the Manticore Beowulf termini, from the central node to the terminus, you could just, and you're going to go, say, catch a different, connecting ship to another terminus because, whatever, the ship wasn't going to go straight to your destination. You could do that, and there are also, various support staff, for, transit houses, the equivalent of undoubtedly hotels, of, entertainment, food, stuff like that, that could really help, and, it's sort of described, I know that's in, Shadow of Saganami, the first book of the Shadow series, sub-series. Avars, Terakov, and Bernardus Van Dort are discussing. This is in the era of when the Manachorian nation is in the process of ultimately becoming the annexation of the Talbot Quadrant, later the Talbot Cluster. And they're discussing, part of some of the stuff we're discussing is that, overall, Captain Terakov says, overall, my taxes are overall, despite the war, they're overall pretty low, in part because of our medical wormhole junction, and, it takes me, like 10 minutes to fill out my taxes. I wish taxes were that simple. But of course, if they have more advanced technology than what we have, it's just easier to, pull together, if you have all your forms and all that, all you just got to do is, plug in the stuff and just quickly say yes, 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 yes. All that sort of thing. It's just easier to do that sort of thing. Just, check all the boxes and, make any correction. But yeah, Captain Terakov says it takes me like 5 or 10 minutes to do my taxes. Of course, he's in the military, being a serving officer. He's undoubtedly got a lot of things set up to where he can just, do his stuff right quick. Yeah. Go ahead here. And, quickly, save again. I need to go use a little trees room, so I think it's time for a good time for a break. So yeah, guys, let's go ahead here. Let's take a break. I'll let the game run, of course. But yeah, let's everybody go and stand up, stretch, get something to eat, get something to drink, use the restroom. I'll see y'all here in a few minutes. Okay, guys, tree is back. It took me a few extra moments there to get that stuff done. Because, of course, oh, hello. How ironic is it that that hunting lodge is right next to a fire station? Idiot infrastructure. It's like, how ironic is it? That's he's got the thing burns down, taking its buddy with it. Need more workers? Holy heck! Holy bejeebus. Okay. Let's go ahead here. We will... go ahead and order this guy to get up to a quarter of the... What's it? For beer. Let's make sure we're importing beer. Oh. That's right there. Hold another... yeah, we... hold another festival. Temple to Ra right here. Put up a courthouse. Other guys, so as that we don't have to worry about them. But, going back to the discussion, it's the Manticore stuff. It's it's like it's like I said, unfortunately, Haven, unfortunately. Doesn't end up in a good spot with its change in stratagem and all that. Becomes, a very corrupted society sort of thing. It's eyeing Manticore for its prosperity and all that. but yeah, it's you know, they initially had a very robust middle class, and that went up. And so that's sort of it's very at least implied from Manticore is that obviously there is some degree of inequality, wealth inequality, but overall the society is it's very stable, and overall it's pretty much middle class. I think it's described as you know, it's I know that part of the discussion in Shadow of Saganami is between Captain Terekov and Van Dort is you know, it's like, you know, for those people who come in and join the Star Kingdom, they are not, boom, going to be fabulously wealthy, because the Talbot cluster is described as a very poor, underdeveloped area. And so he says, you know, Captain Terekov says, you know, they're not suddenly going to become, you know, fabulously wealthy. You know, it's going to take some work.
Ostriches are nearly invisible when they put their heads in the sand.
But, yeah. Just some guys. Well, I can't want it back in. So anyway, well, that is, you know, it's one of these things where, you know, a lot of people in the Manticore, in the Manticore Nation, you know, they're described as hardworking. You know, and obviously they have, they also have the ability to, you know, go to, you know, you can have a good career no matter where you go. Obviously, if it's sort of just one of the big things is, you know, there's very technically and economically oriented. So, you know, we're talking, you know, deep space industry, you know, harvesting of raw materials, you know, from asteroids and all that, deep space mining, building ships, doing technical work related to, you know, maintenance of ship systems and trade and all that jazz. You know, it's a very, it was sort of described as a very, you know, very much both what we would think of as a, you know, the, let's see here. I know there's a thing. Let's see. It's the secondary economy, you know. Let's see here. Three sector models, so we have primary, this there's the link to the Wikipedia article. It's, primary is raw materials, secondary is manufacturing, tertiary is services. And so basically, Manticore is described as having a fairly significant secondary and tertiary system, for their economics. Is that, there's a decent degree of manufacture, very high degree of manufacturing, describes in its own way, sort of described as fairly automated, but it's still, there's a lot of people working in the industry, doing that sort of thing for the manufacturer. And then, of course, the services, helping, with the trade, making sure that, ships are brought in and serviced and all that, and then they can go back out, and yada, yada, yada. And of course, there's some critique of that, so. Just doing a little bit of reading. Go ahead and hold another festival here for Ra. Let's go ahead and open up this little bit right here for additional pop. We got some more people into town to help with the issues here. Some strain here on the system. Trying to get the pyramid built. Which is why, of course, I'm trying here get some of this stuff here, quote unquote, fixed. Try and consolidate to a degree. I know that it's the overall help. Idiot. Infrastructure. Of course, there go the granaries. There goes that dancer wandering around like there's free Roman dancer. Kia, the free Roman dancer. I can dance anywhere. I don't need no roads. Oh my goodness, for whatever reason, I just thought of, from season 2 of, the three-quarter show by Heist, the first episode of the season, Jimmy from the, Dusty's friend Jimmy from the Cog is, shown as, first introduced as the guest. He goes, it's like that, he's making jokes about the Cog, the Manitoba and Pikes Peak Cog Railway. I should get you guys the link for that. Festival. That'll work. Boom. So anyway, he makes some Cog jokes and of course. There we go. There we go. But and they start throwing they meaning Heist, Brett and Leighton start throwing lines at Jimmy because of all the Cog jokes. And let's see here. This guy accept the line. Save some orders. But so anyway, he just, I'd like to meet Jimmy from the Cog at some point. I know that I've mentioned that I'll be going to November. I don't know why I said November. Colorado next month. I don't know how I was got November out of next. And unfortunately, my schedule is a little bit too full. The way things are looking right now for me to be able to go to the Cog. I might have to be a official thing. But one of the things that I remember from that is from the second season of the three-quarter show is wait, can I export papyrus? No, wait, I can't. Just brain fart. Or canopy fart. Yeah, it's like just trying to hold on to what I got for workers. But and then later that same season, I think it was it was episode 5 of season 2. Leighton made idiot infrastructure. Leighton made a very bad joke, and Mark went and said, "Lime that man! Lime that man!" Oh. It says for Leighton to be live. And then Leighton did some sort of witty comment back. Another witty comment to Brett. And Brett says, "Ow, you wound me!" And then Leighton says, "You wounded me!" You know, and he points to his lips because in episode 4 of season 2, what happened was that Leighton had made a very bad joke, and Brett knew that it had been coming. You know, it's like he knew what Leighton was gonna say, and threw a line, and Brett threw a line at Leighton, hit him on the lip, hit him on the part of his mouth / nose, and that's, you know, that was like, "You wounded me!" line. Oh, hello. And so yeah, it was like and it was just hilarious, the fact that Leighton got limed in the face with a physical lime. And so
Now those are some big drumsticks.
so that. Technically, since these guys aren't using the roads, you just do that. Difficulties. So much demand for stuff. We're just barely holding on here. We are literally hanging on by the bark of my twigs here. No, it's not. That's not necessarily. Excuse me, the correct euphemism, but a euphemism it is nonetheless. Let's go ahead and do another save here in a sec. Let's go ahead here and order up another festival. Yep. It's a reason to save. But, yeah, it's like I'm going back to Colorado next month. And more details as we get closer to the event. That's 160 blocks. Not quite. Not quite. But yeah, it's I've got a number of I've already made my, you know, when last weekend when my vacation time finally got approved, it's like, yes, it is time. So I went ahead and put in my reservations at I'll be going as part of this trip. Last year I know I've discussed this before. Last year I wanted to go to both Durango and Denver to ride the Durango in Silverton, and then of course go to Denver and do stuff there. Fortunately, like I said, or I believe I've said at the time, you know, it was one of these festival financial stuff was became an issue. You know, IRL stuff became an issue. I had to pay off some bills, and so, you know, even though I was saving, you know, and all that, saving as much as I could, you know, it just did not become feasible to, became very infeasible to, okay, plain stone, we will keep, until we are for sure, we're gonna just go ahead and decommission all the stone quarries. I'd rather have the, you know, the basic infrastructure still there. You know, roads, housing, and maintenance offices and all that. But we'll decommission all the quarries. Once we're for sure on the stone, we'll wait till the outer casing is there. Really. So, it just wasn't there. But this year I have been saving, despite a few, for myself, a few economic challenges, I have been saving for a lot longer. And, again, it's just going to be a little, kind of like last year. You know, I was able to just barely scrape by. If not just barely scrape by this time, I should be able to make things work. Just barely. With a little bit, hopefully with a little bit more left over this time. Hopefully this, like I said, hopefully this time with a little bit more left over. Stop importing limestone. Construction will start emptying these two guys. The way things are looking, I should be able to have a little bit, by the time vacation is over, I should have some sufficient, I'll try to have a reserve, for boo-boos and all that. But the way things are holding up so far, if I do it right, and getting some of the overtime I've been getting will help with that. I think we could go ahead here and we'll start to commission some of these guys. Start to decrease demand. Getting some of the overtime I've been getting like the last couple weeks, a couple hours worth of OT will be a good thing. Is going to be a good thing, I should say. Let's go ahead here and we will implement some rope. Okay. Things are now for sure, so we can do that. Over here. Do all this. Go ahead and take out these guys. Like I said, this has all been a part of the plan. Oh, and they need courthouse again. And if there's, let's put a position out there. Try to get some overtime as permittable as permissible. What the heck is wrong with you guys? Stupid infrastructure. Demonstration is our access. is, basically my plan to, just get some overtime as I can, hopefully within reason, not too much. Don't want to have too much overtime because, work is work, and I need, can't always, contrary to what some people may think, work can't always be working. Oh, why did I do that? That's probably why we're having some trouble there. Or undoubtedly why we've been having some trouble there. Now becoming a heck of a lot easier to manage the city now that we're not having to worry quite so much about the strain of some of the systems here. Duh. I'll take it a little bit more slowly if it means being able to do this. There we go. All right, finally, we can do our last little bits here. First, so we don't have to worry about this later. Boom. 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 All we need now is the granite. We're just going to plump down. Granite guy right there. But, yeah, it's like I said, it's, doing what I can to hold my expenses down. I've found things to, trying to, avoid those impulse buys. Occasional impulse buy is, of course, a good thing. It can be morally, morale boost. Morale boost. One of the things I'm going to have to do, make sure I do, is make sure I go to the bank, deposit change as I can. Some of the stuff I have been doing is been boosting the use of cash when I can versus card, because it's you got to think about with cash a little bit more. It's like it makes you do I really need this sort of thing? And of course, having cash, it's makes you, like I said, makes you think a little bit more. And of course, when you do that sort of thing, it's makes for makes for a change. And when put the I have three separate change banks. I have a bank for quarters. I get when I go get soda at work. Vending machines are there. It's slightly cheaper with the cash than versus cards. So there's that thing. I know that I could bring stuff in from home, but because that would be, of course, even cheaper. But it's not, chilled. It's I literally have to chill the stuff. When you got roommates, we only got so much fridge capacity, and you gotta bear stuff in mind for them. And so it's a case of I'm willing to go to the expense, especially given the fact that I could put the change in my quarters bank. Then I have a nickels and dimes bank. I use an old scented candle thing for my quarters. Similarly, I can use old scented quarters, a different scented quarters thing for an old scented candle quarter. An old scented old scented candle for my quarters. Use a somewhat smaller old scented candle thing for my nickels and dimes. And then I have an old change bank that I've had for years, a Titanic thing that I use for my pennies. Because, of course, it's like this way I can, if I need, sort of keep it separate and overall increase the overall capacity. And that way I can, between the three types of change, because I figure, I'm either going to get a lot of quarters, or a lot of pennies, or a lot of nickels and dimes, depending on the situation. And so between the three, I'm able to have a nice capacity, because I figured that for the three, it's just not worth further separating out nickels and dimes, each having their own one, which is why they share a combined investment. Getting a lot of pennies, and even just finding at times, if somebody, I was having to go fill up the tree mobile at the gas station recently, and somebody had at some point went and parked the Treemobile at the pump, did my, went and filled it up itself, and then, I had to actually, this was going from work to the gym. There's a gas station that I've been to many times in between work and the gym. And so, I had to go in to go use the retreat room. And because I was like, it's like, Tree Bladder can't wait. It's like, Tree Bladder saying, I can't wait. Please go now. Before you have an accident, Tree. And so, I was like, okay, Tree Bladder. I was like, I'll humor you. It is a little bit of an additional drive still to the gym. I'll humor you. And so, as I was walking in, in one of the spots in front of the actual building, where you can go and you can get soda, you can get something to eat. They got the various rollers. You can get sodas, coffee, slushies. You can get stuff on the rollers, like hot dogs, and various, spicy foods, spicy breaded stuff and all that. Cheeses, sandwiches, breadsticks, and all that sort of stuff. Beer, etc., etc., etc. So anyway, I was going. Hello there, White Cat. Just a second, I'll be right with you, White Cat. So anyway, go through all. So in one of the parking spots, somebody had dropped some change. There was like 4 pennies and two dimes. I was like, ooh, 9! Mine. The spot was empty, where somebody had, from either one spot or the other, had dropped change. And so I literally, somebody else's. God, what was the thing I thought of? Just a second. Let White Cat out. Give myself a moment to hopefully recall what I thought to myself. Thought of what I thought at the time. White Cat, of course, is out. Somebody else's misplaced money is my collected capital. It was one of those moments of, ooh, mine, all mine. Okay, we should have 16 in this. Oh, we only have, it's 16 when you sell. Okay. Rostia Kilo. Dispatch.
All in Egypt bow to your accomplishments. You have built Khufu's massive pyramid and supplied it with the richest of burial provisions, and done great honor to Khafra, constructing his final resting place and his formidable sphinx.
Okay, so we of course have Deju worshipping Ra and the Baharia Oasis. Let's go ahead here. Of course, Baharia is, one of the my favorite missions, but we'll do Deju first, and then we'll go to Baharia after.
The reigns of Khufu and Khafra have come to an end, and with them so too has the 4th dynasty of Egyptian ruling families. But Lady Kentakawis, a distant member of this family, has given birth to a new pharaoh named Userkaf. And so the royal line continues unbroken. With Userkaf begins the 5th dynasty, an era that promises much change. Userkaf has decentralized the rule of our country somewhat, and has granted more power to local authorities. Now nomarchs such as you are free to handle their own affairs. Pharaoh will not attempt the construction of a massive tomb to house him for eternity, for he has another project in mind for you. Pharaoh has declared Ra, god of the sun and of the kingdom, to be king of the gods, and intends to proclaim his sovereignty throughout the land. Many sun temples already dot the Egyptian landscape, but Pharaoh wishes that the greatest be located at Jeddu, in the humid delta region of Lower Egypt. Like most of the delta, Jeddu is rich in game, fish, and other wildlife and vegetation, but offers few mineral resources. As such, sandstone needed for construction of the Sun Temple will need to be imported from the quarries at On. Cattle may be raised here to provide meat, though the herds require much straw for fodder. You'll need to clear land in order to create a suitable location for the Sun Temple. Be sure to sell enough of the precious timber you may harvest first, for once it is gone, you may not be able to acquire more. Bedet and Abjadu are always in need of wood and also game. Thus, trade with them should help to offset the cost of constructing this sacred monument.
All right, so Jeddu, Temple of the Sun. Population of 4,500. Prosperity of 40. Kingdom of 50. Culture of 45. Monument of 13. All right, so... Just want to make sure I'm spelling it right, because like I said, this is a very very rarely done scenario. Okay. Let's actually make sure we do this. So. Just quickly taking a gander here at stuffs. Trying to plan things out here to a degree. Just go ahead and build it over here. Because over here there's plenty of space, and it'll be fairly easy to build in that regard. Warship capability and military capability. Probably try to build our forts somewhere like up in somewhere here. Let's go super slow mode, guys. Straighten out the roads just a smidge. The roads here just a smidge. That it's not quite so twisty-turny. Probably be a good area up here to have build up in here. I'm thinking build up our reeds industry. So I'm going to pause. Own. Jungle. Trade. Not sure if that's a glitch or not, but Byblos just showing as an Egyptian city. Wood. Papyrus and reeds. Almost that. What I'll do is over here is things. Just trying to... Yeah, I know, game. Just trying to plan some stuff out here. I'm not too familiar with this mission. But, yes, the inevitable UTT. Oh, wait, did I even... Rats! I was hoping I might be able to use that to my advantage, so... Selective cutting here. Because I do want to hold as many of these trees as possible in reserve. Because, of course, you know, stuff. Materials. We have woodcutter and regather. We don't have clay, it looks like. We put up our bridge right there. Water lift, irrigation ditch, fishing wharf. We do have fishing. That's good. We have grain, so we'll have let's see here. Own. I can sell some clay, so we'll at least have that. Yeah, we'll put the bulk of our stuff over here for our stuff. So I think we'll also. Like I said, I think we'll also put our reeds and military stuff over here. So let's go ahead here. Since we have the money for it. There we go. So just want to try to cram into all our forts. Try to cram in all our forts here in a sort of in an off area to where I don't have to worry about it so much. Put most of our economic stuff in here. You know, our docks and some of our fish stuff over here too. And then put most of our wars and our warship wars and transport wars in that area. We can, of course, like I said, we'll try to cram in all our reeds and reproduction over here. So let's go ahead and let's plan this stuff out, or at least let's see. Good. Materials, reed gather. Let's make sure that we leave some room for stuff. So we put in a police station there while we're waiting for stuff to happen. There we go. So we need to squeeze in an apothecary. Squeeze in housing right there, housing right there. Stuff, so let's go ahead here. Temple complex to Osiris. Just thinking, how do I want to do this? Now we'll put them right here. That way we can have housing all in here. We'll squeeze in our family mansion right here. And then we're gonna have more stuff over here for reed stuff, as need be. Raw materials, reed gather. Let's actually put in a storage yard right here for reeds. Power smokers. Let's put in another couple maintenance posts right here. Position. Maker. Squeeze one right in there. Good. Let's go ahead here. This will be our papyrus guy. Holding space for reserve, reed gatherers, not jeweler, papyrus making. Couple reserve reed guys right there. Let's put in residential stuff right there. Pocket carry, and we can always squeeze in stuff right in here for extra things. Let's actually put that apothecary right here. Residential right there. palace. We'll block that off entirely. Use space right in here to put in stuff. Put out a road there. Put in a pavilion there. Roadblock. Come on, stupid trader guy. Thank you. Archie posts. Police. Should take advantage of the roadblock here to do the same. Position right here. Okay. So, let's go ahead here. Farm. Grain. Bring a road this way. See if I can scoop this guy over one more thing. Good. Wunderbar. Don't know what the Egyptian would be, but wunderbar. Create a little node right there. Roadblock. Irrigation ditch. Yes. There's an idea. Oh. You can do it like this. Scoot these guys over one, create an alternate path. There we go. Put in a couple more camps. Roadblock. Firehouse. Archie post. Police. Apothecary. Who are other guys? We have Raw and Bust. Raw. Bust. I know I prefer avoiding all the twisty turnies I can. Few intersections as possible. Okay, infrastructure, government. That's why that was part of the idea, was to put in a pavilion right here. And we'll do in like other stuff. Let's put that firehouse right here. With the tax collector right there. That way we can put in a water supply right there. Let's go ahead here. Take this over. Temples. Bust. Sort of thinking about some stuff here, guys. Religion. Let's make sure we got religious access going. Production. Make sure we put up a thing there for when the opportunity comes.
Everybody's friendly here. No one is reporting any crimes.
Alright. Let's go ahead here. I'm going to set up. Not irrigated, but we can make it so. Boom! Irrigated. Make this a shipwright right here. Perfect for a road. I just wanted to make sure that it was going to fit. Police station, buck carry. put up 2 warehouses, or storage yards. We will accept game meat. We will accept wood. So we'll put the residential right down here, and then X. Or more residential, I should say. Okay. Now that that's gone, we can start to do some stuff here. Let's go ahead and plunk down some water supplies. How did I find you out there? Let's go ahead here. Put in a dock right here. So as that, we can start to have some stuff happen. Ready to build a couple granaries, so let's see where we can do that. So I think we'll put the granaries right over here, Pat, with the set of statues right here. This way we can roadblock this little bit off. Eventually we'll block it off and put in a small service area here. That way we can block it off right in here and still give this guy access to what he needs. Okay. Maps, so I can see better. Archie post. Throw out this little bit right here. This little bit right here. Apothecary right here. Physician right here. Keep a couple chairs there. Police station. Gonna put in a bazaar. Make sure we set. These guys to export so we can start making some money. Oh, stretchy stretch. Take another break here shortly. I think I'm gonna cut down that guy. That's some local positions so we can keep an eye on the health of the guys. Also further improving stuff. Get the request made, fulfilled. Let's get another bazaar going over here. Going right here too. Anti-dum-dum maneuver. Temporary, hopefully, ultimately, temporary thing here. I should have set up that. Grain. Let's see here. I would like to put a farm right in here, but it's going to block one of the access means, so... Scared one way or another, so I think. Yeah, it's kind of scared one way or another. things that we can bring in. Make sure we bring in. We could do it like that, but. Excuse me. Go ahead here. Get this all set up here first so that we don't brain fart about it. Put it in a position right here to help keep an eye on the health of the area. Like I said, with the fact that this is a lush, you know, there's normal, drier, and wetter scenarios. This being a lusher one. Malaria is, of course, a much greater risk in addition to disease is always going to be more of a risk. It's going to be a risk, especially in the drier climates. But malaria can be here in, it's sort of malaria's greatest risk in this sort of climate, moderate risk in normal, lesser risk in drier climates, where drier disease is the greatest, and it's somewhat of a risk in normal and wetter climates. There. So just the road there. As I said, I much prefer avoiding twisty-turny as much as I can, but in this situation, I also want to make sure I get some. I'm thinking about stuff, trying to plan for stuff here, and excuse me, it's a case of ooh, hello, got to get you a road. Department of Duck. We now, of course, have the capability of stowing away food, so let's go ahead and this one guy here will, of course, still have access to employees. We'll be able to stow away the stuff. I should probably put a dog in right there. I'll have to ship that right here. We'll go ahead and take advantage of the area here to can export wood, right? Yep. Export. contribute? Yes, good, good, good. Wunderbar. Okay, well, fortunately for us, because Tree has been, trying to get over to stuff. I think that's the only hunting spot. At least that's what I recall is the only hunting spot, yeah. Yep. Okay. It is time to hit the, let's have this accept game meat. You evacuate game meat. Right, so I was hoping I'd be able to get that last one guy there. Nope. He's able to fit, but no road access. I'm just planning something up there. Another fishing wharf right there. Okay, let's come over here. Let's set up another. Shall we do this right? I want to do this right so is that I anti-dum-dum. Anti-dum-dum. Want to leave a gap. This one will eventually be fish, but we're going to assign this guy to game meat. Just get this stuff started, guys. Go ahead here. Shipwright. Build up another shipwright so that we can have stuff. Let's go ahead here. That's why. That is why. History. I thought I'd set you to accept fish. You know what? I'll just head back to the... If I had just done some saving sooner, could have avoided having to redo things. So we're about we need to. I'm gonna go ahead and let us take a break. So I just bothered about saving, guys. I could have avoided some of this boo-booage, but hey, we at least got we're aware of what we need to do, and we can. Not only can we anticipate, not only can we anticipate it, we can make things go vroom. Forgot about that. Excuse me, but it felt good. And we can do the stuff over here just a smidge better too. Dealing with the trees. Okay, temple complex to Osiris, 1 and 2. Good idea. Myself that little bit of additional room. Our house. Arcing post. Police station. Park carry. Housing. Boom. Now I know that subplots are going to be too far from a road. Don't tell me the incredibly obvious game. I know what the heck it is I'm doing. Ugh. Okay. Let's go ahead here. I'm going to take a little bit of an take a slightly early break. So yeah, guys, go ahead and stand up, stretch, get something to eat, get something to drink, use the restroom. See y'all here in a few minutes. Okay, guys, tree is back. I do have a little bit of a tree snack with me, so hopefully I will BRB, but of course I will be working on getting our city here re-established, working on stuff, like forts, papyrus, and all that jazz to help get us going here. So, yeah, vocally will be BRB.
My list of job openings is huge and I can't find any workers to fill the posts.
Okay, guys, got my little tree snack done. Be doing some more of our fun stuff now, so. Alright, so water. What I love about the W overlay is it's far easier to tell where excuse me. It's far easier to tell where something is, logistically speaking. A little bit of selective cutting here. Shame, frickin' apothecary decided to catch on fire. More food than I produce, game. Exposed. Police station. Apothecary. Oh. There, and housing. Put that apothecary. Get around there. I know I'm out of my game. Grain. So wheat. And straw. Yeah. Don't know what I said wheat. When I meant straw. Oh, excuse me. But I felt good. I'm having some whiskey. And, of course, I do what I can to drink. See, stuff's there. Well, this is why I didn't build any of the, residential up. Yes! Thank goodness. Okay. Thank freaking goodness. So, as I've said plenty of times before, I tend to drink at home, so as that, I don't have to worry about getting caught by police or, drunk driving. Just a second. White cat wants out, you butt. Sorry about that. The Helus Catus Gluteus Maximus decided, I want out, tree daddy. Let me out. So yeah, having a little bit of local whiskey, or regional whiskey, I should say. Oh, jeez. Far in the city, what a waste of money. I just curbed my enthusiasm. Work your butt off there, Mr. Fire Marshal. Of course he isn't. Gotta wait for the remaining fires to burn out. Okay, that is a good thing. So we now have access, of course, to food. Let us deploy some water. And, yes! Hooray! I was like, do you guys over here have access to your stuff? The answer? Yes. Block this area off so that we don't have wandering guys heading down. There's, speaking of whiskey, my upcoming trip. Bad stretch there. Of course, I mentioned last year that I stopped in at Great Divide Brewery. There's a couple distilleries and a brewery that I'm going to check out. Or at least I'm going to get to be aware of the brewery in this case. Let's see. What's the name of it? I didn't want that. Go away. I accidentally hit the wrong... Oh, that was it. Finally, I just remembered. Okay, so... So the two distilleries I am going to be going to, and please remember... We have legal age in your respective... Come, get out of the way. Please be of legal age in your respective domain, purveyance, what your home. There we go. Your home area. There we go. So the first two things are State 38 and State 38 Distilling and Law's Whiskey House. So turns out that when I went to Denver last year, State 38 was in the same business area, the same business district area, where I stayed at my hotel. I'm going to the same hotel, and so partly because, I'm familiar with the area. I was able to get a deal last time because of the time I went. This time not quite so much, but that's okay. It's one of those things that I knew I might not be able to hit up a deal. So, State 38 is the distillery that is literally geographically speaking, just around the corner. I just thought for my trip, when I was starting to initially plan things out, I put in the request for thing, and I thought, let's check out some distilleries. I checked out Great Divide. I know their stuff is good. Let's see what else is around. So I found State 38 and Law's Whiskey House, as well as Coda Brewing. Let me go ahead and get two more links here. There's Buffalo Rose, an establishment. And then Coda Brewing. And Coda Brewing also popped up on the distilleries and breweries list. So anyway, I thought to myself, well, let's go check out... definitely check out State 38, since it's geographically right in the same business district. Same business area. It's literally... If I wanted to walk there, I could walk there. I'll probably drive. Because of some of the stuff that I've got going on Thursday. Because I will be going... Because on Thursday of my trip, I will be going up first to State 38 to take a look-see at their stuff there. And then I'll be heading down for a tour at Law's Whiskey House. And both of those guys have some very interesting stuff. For example, let's see here. Let me double check here to make sure I'm not speaking out my butt. Let's see here. They have... I know it's one of their whiskeys. Let me pull it up here. Pull up their site. They have a peat smoked whiskey, and for anyone who is a whiskey devotee, they know that Scotch whiskies actual Scotch whiskies made in Scotland itself, many, although I'm certain not all, of the distillers, they will use peat as part of to help initiate the fermentation process. And so, and then that was like, I knew that was the thing, and it was like, ooh, that sounds good, because I thought, let's at least see what they have, and to see, is this a yay or a nay? And I saw the peat smoked whiskey, and I was like, oh, I want to try that. And they have several others here. So they've got a bourbon, straight whiskey, straight rye, and a couple other things that look interesting. And then for Law's Whiskey House, let's see here. They have several bourbons and ryes. They have a 4-grain straight cask bourbon, and I was like, ooh, that sounds good. And then they have San Louis bottled in bond rye, which has a cherry cola, honey, and black currant flavor as the aromas. Flavors: hazelnut, mint, green mango, melon, and serrano pepper with lingering finish of star anise and sage. I was like, oh, that sounds good. And so, I was like, and so both of these guys met, yes, let's go check them out. And that's going to be stuff I'm going to be doing on Thursday at vacation. Then on Friday, I'm going to be going, no wait. Law's is Friday. It's going to Buffalo Rose and testing the stuff from Coda Brewery that I'm going to be trying on Thursday. And they have several other things. They have a dark matter oatmeal stout. Several other things. There's several other things I'd have to really take a look see at this. But they have several of their things that just sounded, oh, that sounds so good, but, you know, it was a case of, do I really want to go or not? And then I saw the thing for Buffalo Rose for doing they're doing what they call Colorado collaboration. Basically, the food from Buffalo Rose restaurant with Coda Brewing bring together. I was like, well, that's dinner, and I get to try something without having to worry about asking for a tour. So, combine the two. Essentially get, you know, a little social time in. Say, hey, I'm Jose George. I'm from Treelandia. I'm here on vacation, visiting, and we'd have some fun. Go ahead and do that. Okay, so we got our stuff over here. Let's go ahead. We're going to plunk down a work camp right here. And we're going to do some selective cutting. Swing the map so I can see. Start to burn down. Don't actually. I need to put my headset back on so I can frickin' hear. There it is. Idiot infrastructure. Oh. Yeah, I know I need more workers, game. What do you think I'm doing? Yeah, but I need to figure out my the Durango portion of the trip. I do have several things in mind for that. Part of which is let's get Run Bus. Stuff there off. That's I've got definitely part of my trip to Durango as part of this whole shenanigans. Stuff there. Visit the Durango in Silverton, and that'll be on Monday, and then Tuesday. Put around Durango, go back. I probably won't get I've been taking a look at their stuff, and it looks like I won't be able to go to the museum for the DNS, so that's why I'm thinking that at least Tuesday morning, head out back to the DNS and visit the museum. And all that jazz. Okay. Fish. Thank you. Game meat. Wood. Watch 1, 2, 3, 4. May not accept anything but save grain. Let's go ahead here. We're going to plump in a bazaar right there, one right there. That way we can start bringing in heck of a lot more people. Of course, with his instructions to get grain. Getting people fed is what will fix the problem. Idiot infrastructure. Going to have a local one right here. Go, we can start getting some fishy business going. Let's go ahead here. Let's really anti-dum-dum. Alpha.
I love the art of the deal. I can't wait to trade my supplies.
I should have said wood to export. Unemployment. I don't know what I said. Well, we do have some money too, so. Make sure I put in a position right here to help keep an eye on these guys. Okay, let's go ahead and come on down here and get I'll just go ahead and put... trying to figure out how... Yeah, it'd still be blocked off. Let's try it like this. And there we go. See what happens when you put a little thought into it. Oh, of course, we have the inundation coming in, so I can't worry about building the rest of the road. System. That's okay. Go ahead here. 2, 3. Again, I'm going to put a little bit of a buffer here. Fly that guy up. You know, I'm suddenly reminded of this episode of MASH, where this North Korean infiltrator is trying to figure out how can we replicate what this particular MASH unit is doing. And so one of the things that happens as a result is he goes undercover as a houseboy. Basically, pretending to be, someone he isn't. North Korean trying to get a better life. You know what? Basically, get a better life, take advantage of stuff. But of course, he's secretly undercover. And one of the things I remember, idiot infrastructure! Up on our coast right here. Is, he very much plays sort of, the country bumpkin, but when he's actually, quite intelligent for who he is. And so anyway, I forget if the show ever made reference to his actual name, but he was known as Quan by the 477th. And when he announces to Winchester's, it's like, oh, we got a better job. He goes, they decide to give him a farewell thing at the Oak Club. And Yeah, all of the, Hawkeye, Winchester, Colonel Potter, Hawkeye, BJ, Klinger, one or two other guys, I don't remember who, are all there at the open. And, he's depicted as actually being quite well versed in English, but for his undercover profile, he pretends that he's, speaking in very broken English. And so, he attributes his, obviously, would be in part with the experience of being around him, having broken English. His English, Colonel Potter says, Quan, I've noticed is that your English is getting better. What the heck? And then, Quan goes and says, to help keep his cover, he says, let's see the whiskey! Fill me up, Charlie! I shall do no such, oh, what the hell! Sort of thing, that's what Winchester does, and it's like, I just find myself giggling at that sort of thing. Yeah, I just love how, he goes and says, must be the whiskey! Fill me up, Charlie! One of those moments of, just... I'm just remembering a moment of absolute serendipity. I don't need something else. I wanted a juggler school. Winchester had this moment of, oh, what the hell. Portrayed by the late, great David Ogden Stiles. I wish I'd had the, having spent years watching MASH, I wish I would have had the opportunity to have met him. But unfortunately, the opportunity did not arise. It is what it is. This time we were prepared for the feast. Let's see here. Yeah, it's one of those, for me at least, how Winchester says, I shall do no such thing. Oh, what the hell? I try, of course, I know that technically the term hell is not so much of a curse as, say, the F-bomb. But, I still try to avoid saying something that, could potentially rub someone the wrong way. reputation here. We have some money. Let's go ahead here. Quickly go ahead here. Since we have some dinero, or in this case, actually, I should say demons. This area here. Station there. I'll just let whatever stuff despawn. So, come in here. Jeez Louise, frickin' infrastructure. I can't produce weapons. We'll still keep the three infantry forts up and running in case that opportunity arises. Speaking of that, hold that one on for weapons. This one will be pottery. This one beer. Pry this open. Now, it's of course great irony that we're in a scenario, a humid scenario, where we can't have you know, raw materials, wood, and reeds. No clay. Irony! Not. 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be our clay storage yard. Boop. Let us produce some pottery. Oh, jeez. Why did I do it? Brain did not accurately tabulate. Stupid canopy. Clay. Pottery. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We will leave other space free for the time being. let us start to import clay. Do 2,000 units. So we got our employment down, which is I know. That's always a thing. As expensive as it is to import wheat and barley in its own right, I would rather have that import than have to worry about importing the finished goods. Bring in some peeps to help with all this stuff.
People say that this city has plenty of food to go around.
Oh, I do have food. Let's see. I want to go here to my military, so I have 2 warships. I'm going to carefully do some selective cutting over here. Yes, I can. Idiot infrastructure. Ooh, updo. Hooray! Alright. Firehouse. Post. Not what I need right now, game. Idiot infrastructure. What in the name of the gaming gods is going on here? Why are everything catching fire? Lodge, 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. So we have, this will be reserved dock space right here, as well as here. 1, 2. There we go. We have a fleet. Fully done fleet. We go quickly here to the map. Abjadu just opened up trade. Look at that. They buy wood. Also buy papyrus too. Hooray! we've got plenty of room over here to build the Sun Temple. So, in that regard, I'm not going to worry too much. Own buys more wood, and we are in debt. That is okay. Hopefully, well, we did not pay our stuff, but we can send a gift. I know it's not going to be much, but there we go. Gosh darn it. I'm now thinking back to Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. Seeing all the... Hello there. Seeing all the... How ironic is there was a request for fish! And, there's one of the sequences in the film where it's find the fish. And, one of the I forget which Python it is. Which of the two Pythons it is, but one of them is dressed like a butler, and he goes, "I wonder where that fish is gone." And the second is, I think it's Eric Idle. He's dressed up as a drag queen from the 80s, because of course, late 70s, early 80s, because it was like 83, I think it was, when Meaning of Life was released. He goes and says, "You loved it so, you did quite love it so, you loved it like a son. And it went wherever I did go," says the guy dressed up like a butler. There I am, thinking of lewd stuff, just simply because I see fish. Okay, since we have the population to spare and we need money, it is time to tax. It is indeed time to tax. Or at least we'll tax where and whom we can. I won't be able to tax everybody. A little bit of selective cutting there. Because of course, in this case, it's going to bring in, excuse me, some amount of tax revenue. And I would, of course, prefer at least some revenue over none. Jungle, I know, sells the stuff, so we need to start importing the sandstone. So let's go ahead and we'll set up a few initial... well, that'll work. That'll work. Sandstone, guys. Is it going to take 240 blocks of sandstone? And if I remember correctly, it's 160 on... excuse me, on top of that to finish it, but we need the 240 to start. Yay! Oh, they sell copper! Hooray! And we got more, we get more clay, and we get the ability to buy more straw. And sell some straw. That did it. So, straw. Sell the straw. Make the money, make the money, make the money, make the money. Time for moolah, make more moolah. And what does Owen do with that? They sell meat, they sell meat, they sell meat, they sell meat. of 9, so quite the full 300 capacity we can import, but we will now have more of the capacity we need to stow. Well, it's a good thing I don't have to worry too much about making meat because, of course, I produce it locally. I don't have to worry about importing. Idiot infrastructure! Probably was that temple there by my mansion. Never tell at times what baddies, what stuff will go on. You think you got coverage, or you can anticipate stuff, but nope. So we'll be able to start to get this stuff going. Just a reminder while I'm thinking about it. Later today, Sunday, or at least later today, Sunday my time, it's almost 3 a.m. Sunday here in Triangle, US Central Time. In 10 hours, or approximately 10 hours, we will be having our new series at 1 p.m. US Central. We'll be having the commencement of our new Sunday streaming series, Grand Strategy Sundays, and I will go more into the details of that material during that stream. That way I don't have to worry about boring the heck out of people right now with all the details, or at least the currently anticipated details. So yes, there will be material related to that. Let's go get some more people here into town. Hippo strike. Thinking about it for some time now, but it's like, how am I going to do this? Like I said, I'll explain all the details in due time. get the time for later for today's stream.
There are so many places in poor condition, I can barely keep up.
Stuff right there. Not quite. 220? Oh, I thought it was 240. Well, I guess I must be misremembering something on the. Must have misremembered something there on the quantity of sandstone I needed. But hey, I was like, I wasn't that far off. You know, 20 blocks is 20 blocks is 20 blocks is 20 blocks. So. Higher wages. Not too concerned about it. I think we might just go a little bit long for this episode, even though we'll have a stream later in the day. Like I said earlier today, you know, I went out with Tree Dad and got to go to some stores hadn't been to in a while, and you know, just didn't, you know, just wanted to make sure that I got stuff. Make sure to leave myself a little bit of a reserve. It's always a challenge when you have a scenario like this where you have to go worry about importing the stuff you need. Let's see here. There we go. Let's make sure that we ourselves the space around the suntemple. Roadblock. Get out of the way, dudes. Thank you. I did remember the 160 blocks. Hooray! Hooray for remembering stuff right. We're going to go ahead here and commission these guys. fill up so that to help make sure that we have just the quick ability to go vroom, 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 vroom on getting the sun temple over here built. What we'll do is we're just going to quickly spend a couple years just stockpiling the stone and the sandstone, and go from there. As I said, I was with the trees yesterday. About the only time that I have ever been abroad was a long time ago. Now, many years ago. Went to Canada. We went on a canoe trip. So basically, we had to spend some time. Oh boy. We had to spend some time not only making sure that our swimming skills were up to par, but we had to, do water-based safety training, as well as canoeing. So, it was a canoe trip to Quetico Parks in just west of Lake Superior, which is the westernmost of the Great Lakes, and in north of Minnesota, southern Ontario. And so yeah, we had to spend, there were a number of weekends where we had to either do we would do camping out with doing either first aid. There were several occasions where we had to do canoeing and do first aid. Or we had to do. There was one weekend I remember we were able to go to this one school, and they had it was a high school, and the scoutmaster and his wife, they were able to get in touch because they did they both were educators. Well, actually the wife was the educator, he did IT, and because she was an educator, she was able to, with the local school district, she was able to get in touch with the principal and say, hey, yeah, my husband and me were leaders of insert scout troop. Can we borrow your, I work for the local school district. Can our troop borrow the high school swimming pool so we could do a training for a scout trip? And apparently they had a good relationship. At least, they had a good professional relationship. And it was like, yeah, just make sure that, when you come in, we'll make sure that, custodians are there. Custodians there to make sure to let you guys in, make sure nobody bothers you, and just, please make sure, because she works at a different school. But, they had, obviously professional help. But, just, make sure you don't make a mess of the thing, because it was one of those, the weekend we went was one of those sorts of weekends. It was in between some of the swim team stuff for this high school, and so we were able to, on one of their weekends off, we were able to go in, use the pool, it's like, okay, so Tree has somehow ended up in the water. This Tree and his canoe buddy, for whatever reason, their canoe is tipped over. They're struggling in the water. This is how you could go and rescue them. We would practice that sort of stuff. Rescue procedures, how to resuscitate someone as they, got water down into their lungs and all that. And so we would, we would practice our stuff and go from there. And, we had, it was a case of we were able to, go in for the whole weekend. So we would we didn't meet on the school property. We had a place that we went to that we could, stay overnight. And, we could, watch some of our training videos there, and we would do some at the school as well. We would, because of the particular design of the school, we were able to go off this one room that was, one of the nearby classrooms. We were able to pull up, a TV and, able to watch videos. If we needed one of those moments where we needed to dry out a little bit so everybody wasn't so pruny. And yes, even trees and when exposed to water, yes, we get pruny. We were able to, dry out for a little bit, not feel so freaking pruned up. And yeah, everybody, had to know how to rescue people and all that. And of course, we would also spend, and that was just, over the course of one weekend that we were able to get. We had done some of the training previously, in scout meetings and other training stuff, and then, it was a case of, we would go out. There were several weekends where we'd go out and practice canoeing, doing our stuff. It's like make sure that, you know how to paddle correctly, what is the correct form and all that. So blah, 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 blah. And so we finally all went out, and it was fun. I still remember thinking to myself, once we got to, the place we got to was, there was a Canadian Ranger house there, it was one of the crossing points on the U.S.-Canada border. And, so I was in the bow, I was the power, and the guy behind me was the steering and secondary power. I was, of course, primary power. And so we were coming into the Canadians. The U.S. side had a dock, and the Canadian side was, we just had to waltz up onto the beach. And so, we're getting close, and guy in the back said, "Okay, Tree, getting ready. We're close enough. You don't have to worry about paddling. I can paddle and steer us in. You just get ready to pull us further ashore." I was like, "Copy that." So I set my paddle beside me, and when we got close enough, I was like, our bow ran up into the sand on the shore, and I set my foot, and there was still some water, it was like 2, maybe 3 inches worth of water. Set one of my root systems on my right-hand side onto the thing, and it was like, and it was one of those moments where, you perceive time as stopping. And I was like, this is it. I'm in another country! And so, it's like, one of those moments, it's like, it's one of those moments that, time stops for you, just for that moment. It's, I'm in another country! And so, after that, I've been leaning forward, put my main right root out, had that moment, then, as the canoe finished stopping, and I got my main left root out, and then I get pulled out to the very on the bow. There's these things called the gunnels. It's sort of the top edge of a canoe, and so I pulled the canoe further ashore. Got my space past the water line and a little bit further into the sand, and I was like, "That good enough for you, rear paddler?" And he said, "That's good, Trey, you're good." And I just wanted to make sure. I said, "I just want to make sure if that's good, what's good enough for you to get." I was like, "I don't mind my feet getting wet. I do not mind my feet getting wet." And so we had to deal with all the paperwork, and the scoutmaster went and the other leaders went and did their thing, and how much sandstone have I got? 152. Make sure to get some more first before we go into the next thing. But yeah, leaders went and did their thing, and doing all the paperwork. I was amongst the majority who just we just sat down. There were several benches along the shore, near the shoreline, and we just kept most of our stuff in our canoes, and we brought out pulled out our water bottles. It's like make sure we had something to drink. We just sat and waited for necessary stuff to happen. Let's see, 180. That should be good. Let's go ahead here. Let's rig up some stonemasons now. Sure, also we get a carpenter's wheel, boom. And a couple of camps, boom, boom. But, yeah, like I said, the leaders the Scoutmaster and the other leaders had to go do their stuff, and, with the Canadian Mounties. I'm not sure if that was the Canadian Mounties necessarily. Probably. But, they had to go deal with all the paperwork of say, okay, this is Treelandria troop number thing. And, we are, going to be in, these are we have got X number of groups. Here is each of their routes. And, here is the time frame that we are anticipating everybody, that we're going to be in Canada, and, we are going to go from there. Let's see. Let's go ahead here. Let's get several more carpenters. Let's get another carpenter's guild going. Fish! More fish! It's always fun to see the, he'll go up and go, tumble, 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 tumble. Go up, tumble, 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 tumble. That's always fun to see. Ooh, yes, more money. Let's make some more money. We'll make more money. So, guys, I'm going to quickly go use the trees room. I'm going to leave the game. I'm going to put the game on super slow mode, but I got to quickly go use the trees room. That way, like I said, I want to finish up this particular scenario. That way, for next episode, we can just right out of the gate start the Baharia Oasis. Sorry about that, guys, but when you gotta go, you gotta go. And here, get the game back up to super speed. You know, so yeah, we all had fun. We all had fun. I remember that once we had the, owned by more wood. Hooray! I'd forgotten how much we need, kind of wasted some time there, but hey, I would rather have the extra blocks. How about that? Kind of forgot about that. It's okay. It's okay. Not the end of the world. That's a good thing for me. I don't mind the military being slightly understaffed. I'm more concerned with the just getting the monument done. But you know, that was fun. And then so when we got there, when we got back after doing our loop, it was we had to make sure that, you know, we all kind of met on the like I said, we divided into several groups, and we all kind of, on the day before we were to leave Canadian territory, we all kind of met up where one of our groups had set up their camp. Sort of the, I wouldn't say the less able people. It would be the more of the less experienced campers. You know, they would. You know, I was at this point in my scouting career, pre-adult stuff. You know, becoming an Eagle Scout and all that. I was one of the more senior scouts, infantry scouts, and you know, so I took on. I was in one of the more adventurous groups. You know, we took one of the longer routes, whereas the group that me and the other groups met up with was the guys who were, you know, not quite as physically strong. You know, the younger scouts, and so we met up with them on the day before we were to depart, and Canadian territory. And so that way, you know, it was like, okay, are we all here? Is everybody accounted for before tomorrow, before we leave Canada? You know, we wanted to make sure, you know, tree, check, so-and-so, check, so-and-so, check, so-and-so, check, you know, is everybody accounted for? And so we all came in and we rode up into the, where we had checked in, and then, once we had said, okay, Treelandia troop number such, we are reporting in, say, hey, we've done our journey, everybody is accounted for, we're going to proceed back stateside. And it didn't take quite as long, because of course, you know, we were officially, you know, passing back through. We were known to be there by customs, and so we were going to pass back through. And so we did. And I remember being back on the dock on stateside. I remember looking back, and it was like, man, that was a journey, but it was so worth taking. It's kind of like for me last year going to Denver. It was like having to literally push myself to make that last hour-ish of trip. Part of me just wanted to go home. I was like, no! You are literally an hour out from your hotel, an hour-ish, out from your hotel. Go! Do it! You said you were going to do it. been planning this for months. Go do your thing, tree. So I did. What's gonna have to be fun next month is the trip is gonna be even longer to get to Durango from Tree Landing. And but having done the trip by myself before, like I said, there was the trip to Yellowstone. That was with, of course, I wasn't driving. I was just one of the passengers. And, having that happen was, not having to worry quite so much about driving was a thing. So, reminds me, we had, at our court of honor for that troop, later that year, we, one of our leaders had, several of them, a number of people were taking photos, but one was the quote-unquote troop photographer, quotation marks there, in a very, very unofficial capacity. And so he put together a slideshow, and different scoutmaster at this point, for different troop, different scoutmaster, his son, because, it had to change his things at times, because of reasons. The scoutmaster of this particular troop, he had been helping making sure that we were all keeping to, as much as possible, keeping on schedule, and he wasn't getting enough sleep. And so, as part of the trip, we had originally, when we went from, we got to Yellowstone, did our couple days in the Yellowstone area. Then we went to Devil's Tower. The original plan had been to, for those who wanted to do hiking, around Devil's Tower, have them do the hike. The others could, mill around the camp where we're camping. Or, just, spend, maybe do some, play game, play outdoorsy games, that sort of thing. Or we could go to Mount Rushmore. And, it would be a little bit of a detour to get there, but one of these cases of, in the grand scheme of the trip, it's not much of a detour. And so, I was one of those that said, hey, Mount Rushmore! Mount Rushmore! I raised a lip. I want to go to Mount Rushmore. And, most of the troop voted in favor. And, there were a few folks that were, really into hiking and that they wanted to do the hike, but they acquiesced, realizing is that, it was a case of popular vote. And, as much as they, would prefer to have stuck to the original plan, they kind of wanted to go see Mount Rushmore too, instead of going on the hike. And so we went to Mount Rushmore. That was totally worth it. Totally worth it. Keep that maximum. I want you to eat. It was totally worth taking that little detour to Mount Rushmore for that little thing. It's something totally worth it. I'm glad, I forget who it was. I think it was one of the leaders, had the idea. I was like, hey, Scoutmaster. It's like, we know we're supposed to do the hike around Devil's Tower and all that. What about going to Mount Rushmore? And I was like, oh my God, good idea. All right, so we are done with that. Let us go ahead and save. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's see here. All we need... Yep. Jugglers. Pavilion. Let's also put up a ribble rule. Let's put up another booth right here. Let's get some dentists deployed. Deploy the dentists! Save. That way we don't have... We have an anti-dum-dum moment. Let's see here. Health. Dentist. The city needs more workers, game. Mortuary. Okay, we're gonna have to import some linen. Let's go ahead here. Storage yard. Linen. And this way we can make sure that we have an anti-dum-dum moment. Nope. Quickly put up another courthouse right there. Why? Oh, physician mortuary. Echo, echo. Mortuary, boom. Mortuary, boom. Alright, let's see what this gets us, guys. We're gonna ramp up stream. Yay! As well. There we go. All we need now is the population. So let's go ahead here. We will quickly save. Foxtrot. We'll spam in some housing right there. That should get us what we need.
Superb. The glorious sun temple you have built honors both Ra and Pharaoh.
All right. Okay. Let's go ahead here. We're going to pull up again. We're going to pull up Rostra. Rostra Kilo.
All in Egypt bow to your accomplishments. You have built Khufu's massive pyramid and supplied it with the richest of burial provisions, and done great honor to Khafra, constructing his final resting place and his formidable sphinx. The reigns of Khufu and Khafra have come to an end, and with them so too is the fourth dynasty of Egyptian ruling families. But Lady Kentekawis, a distant member of this family, has given birth to a new pharaoh named Userkaf, and so the royal line continues unbroken. With Userkaf begins the fifth dynasty, an era that promises much change. Userkaf has decentralized the rule of our country somewhat, and has granted more power to local authorities. Now nomarchs such as you are free to handle their own affairs. Pharaoh will not attempt the construction of a massive tomb to house him for eternity, for he has another project in mind for you. Pharaoh has declared Ra, god of the sun and of the kingdom, to be king of the gods, and intends to proclaim his sovereignty throughout the land. Many sun temples already dot the Egyptian landscape, but Pharaoh wishes to extend Ra's influence to the very edge of our kingdom. To accomplish this, you must build a fortified settlement at the Baharia Oasis, far into the western desert. Use what water you can find there wisely, for what little there is to be found so far from the precious Nile is usually coveted by the wild beasts of the desert. You must also beware of attacks by Libyan warriors and Bedouin of the desert, which have plagued the desert caravans of late. Plan your defenses carefully, and make use of whatever resources, such as wood and game, you can find at the oasis.
Alright, Baharia Oasis. Population 3K. Prosperity 25, Kingdom 40, Culture 15, Monuments 13. Alright, so we're going to go ahead here. Oh, let's go ahead and make sure we do this first. Oh. Oh. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and call it a stream. We'll go through the whole hoorah of stuff here next episode. So, let me see if there might be somebody we could go say hi to. I'm not sure if there is. Normally, I'm normally done streaming by this time. So, let's see who is live, who is live. So, if you're watching here on Twitch at twitch.tv/OsageOrange, please remember to go ahead and hit that follow button. If you're watching over on the YouTubes at youtube.com/OsageOrangeGaming, please remember to leave a like, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell icon for notifications. It really does help. Hope to catch you guys later today, Sunday, for the inaugural episode of, excuse me, Grand Strategy Sundays. Full details, of course, in that episode. That will be at 1 p.m. U.S. Central Time, -6 GMT UTC. Take your preference for that. Of course, later today, Sunday, also will be another episode of Titan Quest: The Loot Grind, and on Monday and Thursday, we'll be resuming our stuff with Let's Play Titan Quest Season 3. So, I have found for us our raid target, King Tut94, over at twitch.tv/KingTut94. So go and select our standard raid call, which is the Tree Grove has arrived to bring you shade and water. Please wait for me to post first. I want a nice strong raid behind me. So yeah, I hope to catch you guys for our new series later today, and regular series later today, and tomorrow. So let's go ahead here and let's get this raid party started. As appreciates everybody who has come out, and I hope to catch y'all in the next episode. Ta-ta for now.